this weekend. Getting set, a lot of practice runs, and we'll hear a lot of loud noises, I'm sure, throughout the day today, and some loud noises early on. Fourth batter of the game for the Cubs, Anthony Rizzo, a grand slam.
Yeah, you know, this is really a key point in the ballgame, obviously, but both pitchers were faced with bases loaded, nobody out situation in the first. John Lackey got out of it, allowing just the one. Anthony hit the grand slam. More good defense from the Cubs. Kyle Schwarber throws out Zach Cozart trying to tag and score on the shallow fly ball to the left, and then Anthony Rizzo coming home on that ground ball. Good work by Avila on both those plays. Good sweep tags, hanging on to the baseball.
Avila in the bottom of the third, adding to the Cubs lead. Thought this one might get out. He bangs it off the door just below the basket. Rizzo in, it's 5-1, and now a Giga Time moment powered by Xfinity. John Lackey getting into it. He's got a lot of work to do to catch John Lester.
Yeah, this may be the most fun play of the night. Not holding him on, and he just takes off. Homer Bailey late to recognize it, so it's the first career stolen base for Big John. He went on to get picked off, but that was kind of fun to watch.
So now the Reds on the comeback trail off Hector Rondon. Phil Ervin with his first major league hit. It's a home run. Zach Cozart with a two-run shot. All of a sudden, it's a two-run ball game. Adam Duvall off the bench off Carl Edwards Jr. ties 6-6.
That's what the Reds do. They have a lot of power in their lineup. Last night it was Duvall coming off the bench. Zach Cozart is not in there today. That's a bit of a break for the Cubs. He's done a lot of damage in this ballpark the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Here was a controversial play. Ben Zobrist hit by a pitch, but Chris Conroy at first said he tried to bunt the ball, and this is as upset as we've seen Joe Madden.
Yeah, Joe absolutely lost it on Chris Conroy, and I think Conroy would like a mulligan on that one. You know, you could see what he was thinking, the way that the angle of the bat was dropped, but clearly that was not an attempt by Zobrist to bunt the baseball. He was just trying to get out of the way of the pitch, and then there's the game winner right there, the wild pitch, and Baez streaks home with the winning run. And you have to give a little bit of a tip of the cap to Chris Bryant there. His presence in the batter's box, no doubt, influencing Wood a little bit.
So 7-6 the final. The irony of the final play is that Tucker Barnhart's had a terrific series, but that was a brutal pitch to handle.
Yeah, Barnhart's one of the best defensive catchers in the league. A really quick feet, but that's a tough one to block, and good awareness by Baez.
The long ball has been big for the Cubs here in the second half. They have hit 52 home runs. That's tied with the Orioles for most in the major leagues.
Yeah, well, it started right off the bat in Baltimore. The first series after the break, that clubbed all kinds of home runs against that Baltimore team that continued to do it, even without Wilson Contreras in the lineup.
As Cap mentioned on the pregame, we've got quite a matchup today. Scott Feldman, the former Cub, will pitch for Cincinnati. And John Lester, who always seems to up his game in the home pinstripes, will go for the Cubs. Patrick Mooney time next.
Fall on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by Lexus, who encourages you to experience amazing. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. Ford, who invites you to go further in their fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out our entire lineup at your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Menards, save big money at Menards. And Southwest Airlines, yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency.
Make sure you follow Patrick Mooney, our Cubs insider, on CSNChicago.com, presented by nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. Go to jeffvuk.com or follow him on social media. Nationwide is on your side. And getting set for the finale against the Reds, so the Cubs can't look ahead to the Blue Jays series, but we can. Miguel Montero was just activated off the DL yesterday. He had a groin issue. So there's a pretty good chance he'll get at least one start in this series, as Russell Martin is on the disabled list. So that'll be a storyline going into that series for sure.
Yeah, no doubt, Len. I mean, Miguel Montero had awful timing in terms of popping off right after the World Series parade, and certainly that was not the way he wanted to go out, venting to us about Jake Arrieta in Washington. But I asked Kyle Hendricks about it today, just in terms of timing for his career and how his development accelerated so much from a guy no one really heard of when he was traded here, who was maybe going to be an pretty good fifth starter, into the Cy Young Award contender last year. And he really credited Montero for his experience behind the plate, the way he would talk through sequencing, and really just giving him confidence, of telling him, hey, this can work in the big leagues. And that was kind of Kyle's takeaway. I know Miguel will always be remembered for his brutal honesty, but there was a way in which the Cubs channeled it in a really positive direction. And I think over time you'll remember those big hits he had in the World Series, as well as those kind of viral moments that didn't really need to happen either.
Yeah, it's interesting because Jake Arrieta, took the high road after it and said he doesn't have to apologize for anything. I think he'll be received pretty well here at Wrigley Field for what he did in the postseason last year. I think his teammates like him, and as you said, it made sense at the time to do what the Cubs did, but I think in the end Miguel Montero will be remembered very fondly here.
Yeah, and if the Cubs weren't hovering around 500 at that point and looking for a spark, maybe Theo looks the other way and gives him another chance. I think part of it was Miguel was used to being the man in Arizona and hadn't fully kind of comprehended the fact that he was the backup catcher and couldn't really speak his mind the way he used to. But no doubt he was part of that, coming off 2014, that last place finish, and how this team kind of remodeled on the fly. He was a big part of that behind the plate, and was also, I think, really welcoming when Kyle Schwarber and Wilson Contreras came up, and a really big influence around the Latin players in the clubhouse as well.
Look forward to the Arrieta-Montero matchup this weekend, and we'll have tomorrow's game right here on CSN. Another piece that you wrote about this week, the Cubs very generous in terms of World Series rings, and Rick Renteria and Dale Swaim, former Cub managers, both got rings.
Yeah, and I think guilty would probably be too strong a word in terms of feeling about how those relationships ended. The Cubs obviously had reasons for making those decisions, and obviously it all worked out in the end. But I do think, Ricketts family that has taken a real big picture view about how to view an organization, and Theo and Jed certainly were up front with Dale and Rick in terms of this is what you're going to kind of be working with for a couple of years. And Jed Hoyer told me yesterday, there's a lot of people that go into building a championship caliber team, and I think in their own ways, Dale and Ricky made those contributions. I think for me, you see Dale Swaim's fingerprints all over this team, just in terms of Bosio, Borzello, this pitching infrastructure, guys he hired, how that helped market certain pitchers and brought back guys like Addison Russell and Kyle Hendricks, and how Jake Arrieta became a Cy Young type contender. I think all those factors really went into why they very quietly recognized those guys. There was no media blitz, there was no Bartman press release. It was something that they felt was the right thing to do.
Always good stuff from our Cubs insider, Patrick Mooney, getting set for Cubs baseball. Let's send it down to the field. Wayne Messmer with our national anthem.
At this time, please remain standing and join Wayne Mesmer as he honors America with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Welcome back here to Wrigley Field. This is your Miller Lite game report. A close one for the Cubs, who pulled it out last night, but for Joe Madden, about as hot and animated as we've really ever seen him here in Chicago before being ejected in that game last night. Said this morning before the game that he had not heard from the MLB, but joked it was still early and that he does expect to be fined and hear from them a little later on, but stood firm in how bad and egregious he felt like that call was last night and how it could have influenced the game, and really felt like he had to stand up for his guy, Ben Zobrist, who unfortunately for Ben has been on the losing end of a couple of questionable calls this week.
Yeah, that was probably, I mean, that was like so obnoxiously wrong. I could not, and it keeps happening to Zoe, of all people. I mean, Zoe does not deserve this. If any baseball player does not deserve that kind of inequities, it's him. I mean, listen, I really believe had I not done that and the game ended differently, you might have seen Zoe's first ejection post. He was that upset himself. They got the eclipse coming up, what, Monday? So you got Zobrist arguing with an umpire, getting kicked out in an eclipse within a couple, 3 or 4 days. That's when you worry about the apocalypse at that point, right there.
A rare sight it would have been, Ben Zobrist having never been ejected in his career, and Joe saying it would have surprised him even more than having seen Chris Bryant get tossed earlier this year for arguing balls and strikes. We'll hope cooler heads prevail this afternoon. The finale between the Cubs and Reds coming your way here on CSN, and boy, has Anthony Rizzo been red hot, hitting .500 in this series with a couple homers and 9 RBI. The action on the way after this.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. Nice day here at the ballpark. Wind blowing straight out to center field as the Cubs look to win 3 out of 4 against the Cincinnati Reds. Blue Jays will come in tomorrow for a weekend series, and then it's back to the road at Cincy and Philadelphia. Cubs with a 1.5 game lead in the division over the idle Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals are in Pittsburgh tonight, 2.5 back, and yeah, keep the ball down today. It is howling out. And let's get the Cincinnati Reds Southwest starting lineup. Last place, 50 up, 71 down. Hamilton, Peraza in for Zach Cozart. It's Joey Botto, who had a very impressive on-base streak come to an end last night. Duvall came off the bench to tie the game with a home run. Suarez at third. Jeanette plays second. Phil Irvin with his first major league home run in the ball game last night. Stuart Turner, a Rule 5 pick, will get the start back of the plate. Scott Feldman, left-handed hitter, will bat ninth.
Cubs defensively, Schwarber left, Jay centers, Zobrist plays right field this afternoon. Jason Hayward gets a day off, at least not in the starting lineup. Bryant, Baez, Happ, and Rizzo third to first. Anthony now with a 98-game errorless streak going at first base. The Club record is 102, held by Mark Grace. Alex Avila behind the plate, and our Lexus starting pitcher is Big John Lester. Lexus experience amazing. 25 starts for John. He's 8-7 with a 3.99 ERA. 4-1 lifetime against the Reds. He has split 2 decisions against them this year. League bats .246 against him. See, he's really shut down the left-handed hitters, just a .184. And he's only allowed 1 of the 19 home runs to left-handed batters. Righties, so a little more success. And as you would expect, Brian Price, his lineup tilts that way today.
Chris Conroy made the controversial call on the Zobrist quote bunt attempt on the hit by pitch last night, and that got Joe Madden ejected. So Conroy calls balls and strikes today. Infield in. Hamilton shows bunt, takes a strike. 7 out of 16 with 2 home runs against Lester.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. You know, switch hitter, and he's far better from the left side of the plate, but for whatever reason, he sees John well. He's got 16 career home runs, 2 of them against Lester. Batting average of .438.
Here comes the 1-1. It is hit in the air. Zobrist in right. Makes the catch.
The pop psychologist in me would say that Hamilton's been good against Lester because he's so speedy. John doesn't want to walk him, and he throws him pitches over the middle of the plate, but I can't really make that case with any conviction. It's only been 16 at bats.
You see a lot of that throughout the day. Air and Water Show weekend here in Chicago.
This is their rehearsal. It's their bullpen day.
Jose Peraza starting at short today, takes ball 1.
As Zach Cozart has been dealing with a quad injury.
A couple of DL stints. As Peraza grounds out. And now Botto, who did reach last night on a first inning single, but he did not reach for a second time, and that snapped his 20-game streak of being on base at least twice, one shy of the modern record set by Ted Williams in 1948. He has reached 7 times in the series, and now Chris Bryant heading back to his normal third base position.
Somebody called an audible.
In the air on a line, and it's right at Schwarber as the Reds go quickly in the top of the first. Here come the Cubs when we come back. lineup. John Jay in the leadoff spot today. Kyle Schwarber trying to get up into the 200s. Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo, and Ben Zobrist 3, 4, 5. Avila, the catcher, switch hitting Ian Happ plays second. Baez, the shortstop, hits 8th. John Lester, the pitcher, 9th.
Cincinnati defensively, Duvall, Hamilton, Irvin in the outfield. Hamilton the speedster. Irvin runs quite well. Also, Suarez, Peraza, Jeanette Botto, third to first. Stuart Turner, a Rule 5 draft pick from the Twins organization, gets to start behind the plate today. And the Lexus starting pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds is the big right-hander Scott Feldman, making his 21st start. Spent some time on the DL with right knee inflammation. 7-7 with a 4.43 for Scott.
Yeah, second start back from the DL. It's 25 days, and his first pitch to Jay is a strike. The leadoff man is presented by Benny's Beverage Depot. If Jay gets a hit here, Benny's will donate $100 to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. And you're right, he is a big right-hander, 6'6", 225.
I think of him as Adam Wainwright light. In terms of he doesn't have the resume, hasn't had the success that Wainwright has had. He's had a nice career. But similar approach: sinkers, cutters, curveball.
Jay grounds to Jeanette for the first out.
After 13 years in the big leagues for Feldman, just about all of it in the American League. His time here in Chicago, you'll remember, of course, in 2013, prior to the trade to Baltimore. Bulk of his career, 8 years spent with the Texas Rangers. This is the numbers for him. His first start off the DL: 4 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs.
Kyle Schwarber stands in and takes outside for ball 1. Had 8 consecutive strikeouts, followed by 8 straight reaches. His final at bat last night, a strikeout in the 7th. That one is off the glove of Botto. Jeanette will make a throw, but way late. And it's a base hit for Kyle.
This is a rocket. Botto able to get leather on it, but can't catch it. And be lucky he still has his teeth.
And Kyle now at the 200 mark for the season.
And with that, he gets a flyover.
Yeah. Bryant hits it pretty well, but it's going to be caught by Hamilton. So some early swings here. 2 down. You heard David DeJesus on the pregame mention Scott Feldman. He gets a lot of weak contact, so that would tell you that guys just aren't able to barrel him up that often.
Well, you know, the cutter sinker combination, it's designed to move away from the barrel, you know, in on the hands or out towards the end of the bat, depending on what he's trying to accomplish. I think the other part of it too is he's not an overpowering guy. Average fastball velocity, you know, typically around 89 miles per hour. So he looks get toolable. So guys get a little greedy and they swing early, and you know, he kind of preys on that. It's just a little late movement.
Rizzo, who has beaten up on Reds pitching, he's knocked in 21 runs in 12 games, including 9 in this series alone.
Yeah, well, he's got a quarter of his home runs and a little more than a quarter of his runs driven in this entire season have come against Cincinnati pitching.
Kind of like the year Chris Bryant had last year against the Reds. Center field, Hamilton, easy play. And a pretty easy inning for Feldman, who gives up a single but no runs. One in the books, scoreless. Farm.
Cubs are celebrating Bud Fridays in the Budweiser bleachers all season long. Tomorrow, Budweiser will provide Cubs tank tops to the first 5,000 early arriving fans 21 and older in the Budweiser bleachers. Get there early. For details, visit Cubs.com/Fridays.
Nothing, second inning. Cubs winning 2 of the first 3. The Reds will have Duvall, Suarez, and Jeanette here in the second. Duvall tied the game off the bench last night with a 2-run homer off Carl Edwards Jr.
Batting average has been slipping for Duvall the last couple of months. Continues to hit for power, though.
Served out into right for a base hit.
Swing early seems to be the theme here. Day game after a night game.
Suarez.
Right at the beginning of the road trip. We live here on Monday. Monday's an off day, and then we start a series in Cincinnati on Tuesday. Really, we should have just packed a bag and given it to the Reds and say, hey, take this to Cincinnati for me. See you in a few days.
Suarez last night failed to walk for the first time in his last 8 games. But I think part of the reason why I think you're seeing early swings is what the flags are doing. Guys want to hit the ball in the air. Two and 0 on Suarez.
I think too against John Lester, and obviously within the division, teams get a lot of looks at each other, so they know what Lester's all about. He doesn't ever really like to give in, so if you get something that you're liking early, you might as well take a whack at it.
That's a strike. Of the pitcher strike variety, you would say.
Yeah, and especially these guys with a little bit of power, and Suarez you would count among them. No guarantee you're going to get a fastball over the heart of the plate on 2-0 against John Lester. So if you get one on 0-0 or 0-1 or 1-0, why not?
Decent lead by Duvall. This one could get down. Baez can't quite get it. He'll throw to second late. So weak contact, but 2 runners to start the Reds' second.
That quality pitch, cut fastball moving in on his hands. He pulls the hands in and is able to get a piece of it. This is good heads-up play by Baez, realizing that the base runner has to hang up a little bit, that there might be a chance for a force at second.
Scooter Gennett playing second. Lester took a 6-2 loss on Saturday at Arizona. 4 runs, 3 earned in 6 innings, and all 4 runs allowed came in his final inning of work.
Yeah. Took that shutout into the 6th. He threw the ball quite well. He had 9 strikeouts, just a couple of walks.
ERA at 3.99 through his first 25 starts. This is his National League pacing 26th starting assignment today. One and one to Gennett. 90th regular season start as a Chicago Cub for John Lester. Mostly cloudy conditions currently, and very comfortable 83 degrees. Long pause at the set. Now the 1-1. Missed low.
Gennett hitting .233 against left-handed batters. Better of late, 5 of his last 10. But if Cozart were 100%, he's probably playing short today, and Peraza's at second, and Gennett's on the bench.
Well, so far, Chris Conroy giving Lester a little bit off the corner. 2-2. $15 pitches combined in the first inning for these 2 starters. Lester now laboring in the second. Ground ball and a base hit. And the Reds will grab the lead as Duvall scores. Scooter Gennett with an RBI single.
Bit of this, a little bit of that, and the Reds have themselves a run. Tearing the cover off the ball, but finding some holes.
So Gennett's first career hit against Lester in 6 at-bats, and now rookie
Irvin. Those boys are getting after it.
There's a base hit.
Oh my goodness.
Suarez will score. Throw goes toward third. Safe. And on the play, Irvin advances to second. So Gennett's aggressive base running pays off, and Irvin gets the extra base as well. Still nobody out. 4 consecutive singles for the Reds here in the second.
Yeah, you know, we talk with all the advanced metrics about exit velocity. Not a whole lot of exit velocity going on here, but frustration no doubt mounting for Lester. Irvin, who hit his first career home run last night. This one off the barrel in towards the hands. You see the wood splintering.
I would have said Irvin cracks one into left center, but I didn't hear it hit the bat because of the flyover. Now Turner, the catcher, third Red in the 4 games to make a start behind the plate. Mesoraco Monday, he got hurt on the DL with a broken foot. Barnhart the last 2 nights, and now Turner today. Cubs playing their infield back, just trying to get an out. Popped up. Pat backpedaling. Jeanette tags, and he'll stay right there. That's the first out. And it'll bring up the pitcher, Feldman.
Yeah, I think if that catches the second out, they send Jeanette from third base, especially with Hap retreating to make that catch.
With the pitcher on deck,
yeah.
I would have.
Always going to be more aggressive when the catch is the second out as opposed to the first. And yeah, doubly so with the pitcher coming up next.
Now the infield will move in against the left-handed batter. Swing and a miss on a cutter.
Yeah, John's been inducing weak contact. He needs to induce no contact here. He needs to punch out.
Reds scored 6 last night, but they had some missed opportunities early.
Wow, he called that a strike.
Wow. Well, keep going there then. Lackey really limited the damage. First 2 innings, the Reds scored just 1 run. They could have put up a bunch. On the ground, backhanded Bryant. Will throw to first, 2 outs. That'll bring up Hamilton. Hamilton, who flied to right in the first. That's with 2 in scoring position and 2 outs in the second.
I guess you would call this a high leverage at bat for Hamilton. That statistic, win probability added. Measure the outcome of each at bat and its impact on the game. Well, this is a huge early game confrontation.
Already 2-0 Reds. One and one. Conditions would say the team that hits more home runs today is going to win. Doesn't always work out that way, but Lester's given up 4 hits in the inning. Just 2 runs to date. If he can limit the damage here, this feels like an offensive type of afternoon.
Yeah, you feel real good about things here if he gets Hamilton right here, and all they do is get 2 up. The Cubs are going to be able to generate some offense against Feldman here today. I would not be stunned, despite those numbers, to see him bunt here and force John to make a play.
And I think Bryant will squeeze in here even if he gets to 2 strikes. And protect Lester on that side of the field. Well, they tell you as a pitcher to block out all the noise. And that's a literal challenge today. Well, Bryant back now with 2 strikes. Three and two.
I remember coming here with the Astros in '98. Steve Traxel was pitching. It was an house miss. Whoever was in the box, one of these jets came right over the top of the stadium, and he stepped out, and the umpire granted time. Traxel delivered the pitch. It was right down the middle, but it was ruled a no pitch, and then Cubs went on to score, I believe, a couple runs against them. And he's very upset after the game, and I get it. I mean, it's very unsettling when those guys come right over the top of the stadium and halfway through your delivery, or if you're standing in there getting ready to face a 95-mile-an-hour heater.
John has the sign. 3-2 on Hamilton, and here it comes. Taken for ball 4. So they're loaded. And it brings up the shortstop Peraza. Jay coming on, and he can't get it. Reds get 2. Hamilton to third. He'll stop there. It's 4-0. Peraza with a 2-run single.
That ball not hit all that well. Just dumping it out there in front of John Jay in shallow right center field. And Joe Madden shaking his head.
Five hits and a walk, and now it's Botto. 9th Red to bat. In the top of the second. First and third, Hamilton with a big lead down the third baseline as Botto makes a strike. Bryant's going to have to edge a little bit closer to the bag to keep Hamilton honest.
And Peraza can really take liberties at first base now with Hamilton on third. Peraza could get as big a lead as he wants.
1-1 to Botto.
There's no way on God's green earth that John Lester's going to throw to first base in this situation with Hamilton on third.
Yet his first move is back to the bag.
Yeah,
2-1.
and Freddie Benavides down there, I'm sure he's telling him he's not coming over, man.
There he goes. Hit foul.
Pitching for the Astros here against the Cubs. Don Zimmer was managing the Cubs, and he put a double steal on in this situation against me. And both runners basically broke at the same time, and I reacted to it, threw the ball to first. By the time the throw came from the first baseman home, the runner third scored.
Botto just got a piece, and it ends up foul. Well, if Peraza wanted to, he could stop directly halfway between first and second, right?
Yeah.
Just see what the Cubs decide to do, because if they go after him, Hamilton is going to race toward the plate.
Right, and I think the only reason why they're not doing it is because Votto's in the box and the wind is blowing out.
Ball 3. On a close one. Peraza does steal second. Lester will step off. Botto will take a little walk. Strange second inning. Lots of hits, not a lot of hard contact. Wind really kicking up, blowing straight out to center. As Lester throws, and Botto hits it in the air, deep left, still carrying. Schwarber will not have a play. It's a home run for Botto, and it's 7-0 Reds. That is Botto's 30th career home run against Cubs pitching.
It's his 32nd home run this year, just 5 short of his career best. And just a great battle, 3-2 pitch. There's no safe place to go against Botto in this situation.
And going back to your point, it didn't really matter in the end what Peraza did on the bases.
Yeah.
He just wanted to give Botto a chance to complete the at-bat.
You know, Duvall, a big-time power threat behind, a right-handed hitter, so you're going to try to get Botto out there. You're just going to put him on.
Check swing foul. And it's 1-1. Duvall started the inning with a base hit. John had that brutal start against the Pirates, final game before the break. That one hit hard, knocked down by Bryant, but then he just can't get the handle on it. And he'll be charged with an error. But since the break, John with a 3.26 ERA, coming off his worst major league start.
Yeah, this game can haunt you sometimes. You know, a pitcher, a game like this, he's going to go back tonight at some point, reflect on these at bats, maybe even watch some video of it eventually. I would counsel against that. Sometimes you just got to move on. But all the near misses, you know, a little front door cutter to Botto. It was off the plate, but it was close. The little flare in front of John Jay almost got there. Hits that got this inning started, particularly the Suarez and Irvin hits, really soft. Oh well, no crying in baseball. You just got to play. And maybe it's one of those hot summer Wrigley Field days. Need 15 to win today. Who knows?
This will be his 37th pitch of the inning. It does 6 in the first. That's a strike. 2-1. Boy, it's a tight formation.
Yeah.
It's just incredible.
I hope they're not texting. Don't text and fly.
Bounced foul. 2-2 on Suarez.
Think they have cup holders?
I would hope
Got
so.
a big coffee in there.
Yeah. Found out last night Suarez is called Gino by his teammates. At least that's what Joey Botto called him. during one of Botto's at bats. Inside, 3-2.
Eugenio would be Eugene, I'm guessing.
Yeah, Gene. Sure.
Translation.
Well, Evgeny Malkin, the Pittsburgh Penguins NHL star. His nickname is Gino.
I did not know that.
Yeah. 3-2 pitch. Out in the left center. This is trouble. Duvall around third. He'll score. That'll be an unearned run. And it's 8-0.
Well, yeah, that's it's just the way it rolls. You give up a lot of soft contact. You throw a lot of pitches. You get tired. You start to elevate. Then the hard contact comes.
Something's going on here. John asking for one of the Cubs trainers. So Ed Halber out with Joe Madden. So that's it. Not sure what's
no, I
going
didn't
on
see
physically.
anything, but
So an 8-run top of the second, and whoever's coming in will have as much time as he needs. John clearly not happy. So it's 8-0 Reds. And we'll be right back.
all rolled into one. Catch our boys in blue at the Briar Street Theater. Call 800-BLUE-MAN or visit blueman.com.
So Weber's sauces and seasonings called to the pen. Call grilling flavor up to the bigs. And it's Mike Montgomery, who I don't believe had gotten up. So
he'll get all the time he needs. It's kind of crazy the way this one played out, John, with a very quick 1, 2, 3 inning. Everything looking good. And, again, a series of unfortunate events. Stringing some singles together, not really hitting the ball all that sharply. Then Botto did. Duvall did. That was an error, but he really hit his ball hard. And then Suarez as well. Hopefully nothing significant going on with John on the health front. But when we find that out, we'll pass it along.
40 pitches he had to throw in that tough second. So 8-0, and the Reds still batting. Scooter Gennett will be the 12th Red to bat.
I pitched game 1 of the series. 2 2/3 innings, allowed 3 hits, 3 runs through 51 pitches.
Suarez at second. And the pitch to Gennett is a strike on the outside edge. One and one. 7 hits, a walk, and an error. That's taking a commanding 8-run lead here early. And got away from him on a curve. It's 2-1.
Well, I know what went wrong. I forgot to plug my computer in. Things will turn around now.
Getting the low power alert.
Yep, there we go.
And 3-1. A long bullpen day.
Some broadcaster 30 years from now is going to be scrolling down Baseball Reference. On this date in 2017, the Chicago Cubs were trailing 8-0 in the second inning, went on to win 14-9.
Has happened before. Gennett walks.
Well, this has to feel awfully good though over in the first base dugout. The Reds have not had a lot of success against the Cubs the last couple of seasons, especially in this ballpark.
Irvin with an RBI single and a run. The day after picking up his first major league hit, which was a home run. Third major league stint this season. Left center, Schwarber going after it. And he'll have to pick it up on the warning track. One in. Here comes Gennett, the throw to the plate. He's out. I guess he never touched the plate. So the Reds do add yet another run, but the Cubs finally get out of the inning. So Gennett ran around home plate as Avila on a nice pick on the short hop, but right here he got him. It's 9-0 Reds. gets hit by this pitch, and you see the mechanic of the hands going down as he's trying to get out of the way. Well, Chris Conroy on appeal at first said he swung at it or attempted to bunt. So he had to head back to home plate. He eventually ended up with a swinging bunt ground out to advance the runners, but it got Joe Madden ejected. And Ben was not real happy either. All's well that ends well as the Cubs won the game. But that was a strange moment.
Yeah, and just prior to this at bat, Conroy was out sweeping off the plate. Ben leaned over. He may have said something to him. I don't know. I might be imagining things. Would not be surprised if Zoe said, "Hey, man, tough go last night."
Scott Feldman with a 9-0 lead. John Lester 1 2/3, 7 hits, 9 runs, 7 earned, 1 walk. He didn't strike out anybody. He gave up the home run to Botto as Botto just beats Zobrist to the bag.
Botto wanted to flip that ball to Feldman, but Feldman was a little bit late on his break. Feldman had been on the DL due to the knee issue, so he might not be moving on. He's not a real athletic guy to begin with. A little blocky knee, and they say, "Hey, come on, Joey, go ahead, man. Take that yourself."
There's Avila. And he takes a curve over for a strike. He's had some success against Scott Feldman, 3 for 6 with a home run. You see the wind. Slow wind by Scott, the 0-1.
Wow.
Ball 1.
So that's, the challenge here, and I'm sure this is what John Maley and Eric Hinsky and Joe Madden, everybody in that dugout are telling their guys, hey, a lot of ball left. Have good at bats. Don't just go up there trying to hit the ball in the air so you can hit a home run. We need traffic. We need base runners.
Here comes. Missed again.
One pitch. Looking for one pitch here. If you don't get it, let it go.
Well, we got a hold of that one, but Hamilton will run it down. Good contact and nice defense.
Yeah, well, that's a good at bat. It got into a hitter's count and got a pitch to his liking right out over the heart of the plate. Hit it hard. And got a little help from the speedy Hamilton.
Hitting Ian Happ. Fly ball to left. It's deep. It is gone. Cubs on the board. His 16th. At 9 at AAA's. Hit 25 home runs in the pros this year.
He got everybody's attention in spring training. Got off to a great start in the minor leagues. Got off to a great start when he first came up here. He's had some ups and downs since that first Outstanding run, but this is a good swing here. Head right on it, two-seam fastball with run but not sink.
Baez cues that one to Botto to end the inning. 2-out homer, Ian Happ. It's 9-1 Reds after 2 innings.
Game interview, and Brad Underwood has been kind enough to join us, the new head coach at the University of Illinois for the men's basketball program. But today you're through at the first pitch. You get to sing the stretch in a bit. Assess that first pitch for us there, Coach.
You know what? For a guy who hasn't played since he was 13 and was as nervous as I've ever been, I'll be more nervous for that than I will facing Beeline and Chris Collins and that. But we got it to the plate. We didn't throw it in the dirt. And the really important thing was that my good and dear friend Frank Martin a little while back threw one in the ground. So now I'm one up on him.
So you got one up on him. Well, here's the deal. Chris Collins actually sang the stretch not too long ago and nailed it, Coach. So what's the key? I mean, do you know all the words? Because that's important.
I've got the words down. It's the fact that my wife and daughters won't even let me sing in church. I get the elbows to the ribs in church. So I'm petrified. The last solo I did was 7th grade music class. So I'm going to need 42,000 strong to help me out today.
I was just going to say, the suggestion is to pull the mic away and let everybody else help you out in that song. But listen, you've been with your team now a couple months. What are your early thoughts in getting to see these guys now in action and during practice?
Well, I've been really pleased. We've made great improvements this summer. Our guys have bought in with both feet. That's been the biggest challenge, is trying to establish our culture, identify some of the basic foundation things that we want to employ throughout my tenure there. But the guys have been great. They've worked really hard. We've been very basic, very fundamental. We didn't have our whole team there this summer. But, you know, school's right around the corner, and basketball will quickly be upon us, and we'll get back to work. But our strength coach did a great job of changing our guys' bodies, and they worked really hard in the weight room. So I've been very pleased with that.
Coach, you mentioned first day of school. Guys, his kids actually have skipped the first day. I don't know if I was supposed to say that, but now all their teachers know. But they were here to support you. They're excited about this adventure. What did they think of Wrigley?
Well, first trip to Wrigley, and Dad throws out the first pitch, and it's all good to this point. They may wish they were in school when they hear me sing in the 7th inning, but it's all good. And got a wife of 30 years, and to have our kids here and them here is very special, and something they've enjoyed a great deal.
Now you're going to open up the season, Coach, against Northwestern in Rosemont. I know the Big 12, it's a big deal there. Of course, football also a big deal, but you're really in basketball country now. Are you just excited to get things underway?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I came.
Yeah.
Illinois is a special job, and the Big Ten is so prestigious and is so good, and wonderful coaches, and you're challenged every night. And I think 41 years in a row leading the country in attendance. Yeah, I'm excited as heck, and Chris has done a great job at Northwestern, and them getting in the NCAA tournament last year, and to have them as our opener should be exciting that night in Chicago.
Well, your record speaks for itself, Coach, but if you need any pointers from Joe Madden, like bringing some zoo animals in for practice or anything like that, I'm sure he'd be happy to help you and assist with that.
I'm going to get with Joe on that, and all that little stuff I know works. I just hope to achieve his level of success.
Coach, thank you so much for your time. Now go warm up because you're going to need a few innings to get ready, okay?
Absolutely. Thanks, Kelly.
Appreciate it, guys.
Good stuff. Thank you, Kelly. We'll be singing the stretch.
Gig, Coach.
Hamilton, a ground ball backhanded by Bryant. Turner will hold at second. So an infield hit for Turner. The sac bunt by Feldman. And the ground out. It's runner at second, 2 outs for Peraza. And we know the value of Mike Montgomery. He's made 8 starts this year. He's picked up, I think, 3 saves of at least 3 innings. But these are also days where, man, oh man, you can't thank him enough if you're a pitching coach or a manager for eating up some innings. And you want quality innings whenever you have to pitch, but quantity today will matter a lot.
Yeah. You obviously you don't give up in the game. It's still early. Obviously, you're down 8. The chances are pretty remote. But you're looking for quantity and hopefully quality, so it does give you a fighting chance to come back.
2-0 on Peraza. Knocked in 2 with a single in the second, and then stole a base, scored a run.
Because if you don't get quantity, then you got to run through your bullpen, and you end up being in a position where you might be short tomorrow, and that could cost somebody their job short term. You might have to make a move down to AAA to bring an arm up for the bullpen.
3-0 on Peraza. Mike set at the belt, doesn't even look at the runner, and the pitch is a strike. In it, 3-2.
Two-run single with 2 outs for Peraza after the Hamilton walk. That was really a critical point in this game. It was 2-0 with Hamilton up there, and he doesn't walk a lot. A situation where you think he might be a little anxious and aggressive with a couple of minutes scoring position. He took his walk and really set the table.
First strikeout for Montgomery. All Reds early, 9-1 in the third.
for their third performance, Saturday, August 26th. And stop at the friendly confines is part of their welcome home tour and will feature special guest Hunter Hayes. Tickets on sale now at Cubs.com/Zach Brown Band.
9-1. Cincinnati has the lead. Mike Montgomery takes a strike. No word yet on John Lester's health. He left in the second, but when we get word from the Cubs, we'll pass it along. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Montgomery homered in Atlanta in July. Swing and a miss on a curve. Today's CSN Bar of the Game, presented by Miller Lite, is The Gambler. To see the complete list of the CSN Bars of the Game presented by Miller Lite, visit csnchicago.com.
They have a lot of Kenny Rogers on the jukebox there.
Oh.
Bill Sinker Baller.
Jay, who grounded out in the first.
Kids are stress eating snow cones with the Cubs down 8 runs.
Trying to spin one, and it's outside. On his fists that time, and Suarez high throw, but Botto stayed on the base. Schwarber was singled his first time. Average up to an even 200.
Feldman should be a good matchup for Kyle. Schwarber at times has a hard time with fastballs up above the hands. So it's not really a big part of Feldman's game.
Two. Feldman was brilliant against the Cubs on June 30th in Cincinnati. 7 shutout innings on just 2 hits. Reds 5-0 win. His 2-2 pitch is popped into center. Hamilton underneath. And the Cubs finished in the third, trailing 9-1. An official Cubs MasterCard debit card, only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Cubs to learn more. Member FDIC. Fourth inning. Reds scored 9 times in the second. 3 came home on the Botto opposite field home run. So he's now in the top 10 in RBIs in Reds history. Just past Veda Pinson. He's got 816. Choking up, 3-2, got it in the air, let the wind do the rest.
Much more likely to go the other way against a left-handed pitcher. If you try to counter that and just pound him in, he'll turn on that as well. So again, there's no real formula for how to pitch Joey Votto. If there is, someone's keeping it a secret somewhere.
Balls, 2 strikes.
Very short list of Reds who have produced a 300 batting average and 250 or more home runs in their career. Votto's on it, along with Frank Robinson and Ted Kaczewski.
And a base hit, starting a new streak of multiple reaches.
I didn't realize Kaczewski was a high average hitter. I just figured him as a power guy. Big clue. It's a breaking pitch, and he waits and waits and waits, and it's kind of an awkward looking swing, but it's what was needed to get to that pitch. You can see him up on the toes, clearing the hip a little bit.
The ball 1 for 2, but reached both times in that second and scored. Single and then got on via the error by Bryant. It was an error, but it was also a ball that was hit really hard.
It might have been the hardest hit ball of the inning.
I agree. Inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. 103 miles an hour off the bat. See, we can actually calculate these things now. One and 2. Indians and Twins are playing a makeup day-night doubleheader in Minneapolis. The Indians going into today are 8-0 at Target Field this season, and they have a 3-1 lead in Game 1 in the bottom of the 6th. Twins have won 5 of the 6 games in Cleveland.
Cleveland leads that division 5.5 games better than Kansas City. The Twins 6 games back.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
It's a deep field in the American League wild card race. Man, there's a lot of teams still in the mix. Yankees, Angels, Royals, Twins, Mariners, Rangers, Rays, Orioles, Blue Jays, all within 3.5 games of a wild card spot.
We'll see the Jays here at Wrigley Field tomorrow afternoon. Suarez already has 2 hits. Aaron Judge homered last night for the Yankees at Citi Field, but he also set a single season major league record by striking out in his 33rd consecutive game. Adam Dunn's record. Yankees are at the Mets again tonight.
He's on pace to set the all-time rookie home run record. He's also on pace to set the rookie walks record.
Suarez went. It's 1-2.
Mark McGwire holds the rookie home run record with 49 back in '87, I believe.
Lost in the shuffle yesterday in baseball. Will Myers stole second, third, and home in the fourth inning. And the Padres 3-0 win against the Phillies. He's the first Padre to do that. And Suarez just got hit, I believe, on the foot. 1-2 pitch.
Was the steal of home a double steal or just a straight steal of home?
Don't know. I'm guessing.
That's old school. That's like Ty Cobb kind of stuff.
Probably not a straight steal.
Yet again, another hit by pitch in the foot in this series. Maybe 5 of those. In the case of Devin Mesoraco, it broke a bone and he's on the DL now for 3 to 6 weeks.
2 on for Jeanette, and Scooter takes a strike. Diamondbacks have a 2-0 lead at Houston. 5th inning there. I guess the steal of home was a rundown play between first and second, and he took off. Still counts as a steal of home. It's not the Jackie Robinson type.
Ty Cobb, Jackie Robinson.
Rizzo can't get it. Happ will throw to second. They get the out there. Suarez was kind of in no man's land. Didn't know if he should move, and probably did the right thing by not going, because if Rizzo catches it, that's an easy double play. That was an odd looking play.
Yes, it was. Soft semi-liner. And yeah, there's nowhere for Suarez to go there.
We're at the corners now. Irvin, who's 2 for 2. Knocking in runs both times. I saw the Reds tweeted very recently that he finally got his home run ball. And the guy who grabbed it on Waveland last night. The one that was thrown back was not the home run ball. It usually isn't. John Jay makes the catch. And the Reds do not score, stranding 2 in the 4th. They, however, lead this game 9-1.
Player Grade 2016 World Series ring donated by Jostens, with proceeds benefiting Cubs charities. Now through September 4th, Cub fans can purchase raffle tickets for $10 each. Tickets can be purchased online and at official raffle locations around Chicago. Visit Cubs.com/ring-raffle.
There's Bryant here in the bottom of the 4th. Towering fly ball to left. If it's fair, it's gone. It is a home run. Number 23.
Yeah, starting to hit for power again here. He went through a stretch here where he was getting his hits, but wasn't getting a lot of extra base hits. The ball wasn't leaving the ballpark, so you knew it was coming. His timing was getting better and better. Out in front of that one. And out she goes. It bounced out onto Waveland. High towering home run. There's your Ford home run replay. Incoming.
So 9-2. That's a fair ball for Rizzo. Make his way towards second. Here's the throw. He's in with a double.
Got this big crowd on their feet. I was thinking an inning or so ago. 9-5 by the 5th. Feel pretty good that you had a chance to rally against this club.
So the question I will pose, will the Cubs bring the tying run to the plate today at any point? It's an easy.
Yeah, in all likelihood, no.
It's easy to say yes. Why not? Still lots of time. We're only in the 4th inning.
Well, yeah. I would say there's a 7% chance that will happen today. And I reserve the right to revise and amend my prediction.
A big part of that will be Mike Montgomery and his bullpen teammates.
The Reds.
It is the kind of day the Cubs could put up 8 or 9 runs, but yeah, you got to keep the Reds right where they are the rest of the afternoon. And 1 on Zobrist, the pitch. It's been a good one for him today. Feldman with a curve for a strike, 1-2.
You would have felt better about it if you were facing the 2016 Reds, because that last year's team, their bullpen was awful, and their rotation was okay. That is flip-flop this year. Their rotation's been brutal. Their bullpen's been much better than last season.
Reds are off to Atlanta for the weekend.
Well, their pitchers aren't going to catch a break in that ballpark. That place plays like Wrigley with the wind blowing out every day.
Will grab it. 1 away now. The catcher Avila.
Alex had a good at bat last time. And himself into a 3-1 count. Got a fastball over the heart of the plate. Put a good swing on it, but he lined out to Billy Hamilton and ran it down out in right center.
Farm system notes. Eugene Emeralds are in a first place tie in their division. The Cubs short season A club out west. And congrats to the South Bend Cubs. They've reached 1 million in attendance in less than 3 full seasons as the Cubs Midwest League affiliate. Swing and a miss by Avila. It's 0-2. So the update on Lester is what?
Left lat tightness. Okay. Being evaluated for that.
Lat, that's
your latissimus dorsi.
Right behind your shoulder, right? Well, let's hope that is not serious.
Or backage. Do we have a graphic of a skeleton?
I don't. They may have one on our production truck.
Yeah.
I think you should just stand up and show us. You don't even have to stand, really. Can you point it out on yourself?
No, I've got it up on my computer.
Point at it.
It's back here. It's the broadest muscle of the back. It originates from the iliac crest, the thoracolumbar fascia, the spinous processus of the inferior, so on and so forth.
Good stuff. Well, I have lat tightness every day then. Avila the other way. Gone. 2-run homer.
Getting interesting.
9-4.
As Kevin Nealon would say, interesting, interesting, interesting. That's a dangerous pitch to throw Avila. He's got very good power the other way. That running fastball really plays to his strength. With the I can't believe that flew out of here reaction, but you better believe it on a day like today. Reasonably well hit in the air. Got a pretty good chance of flying out of here. Biggest mistake Brian Price could make here today would feel like he's got to get Feldman through 5 to qualify for the win.
Hat with a blast to center. That's number 2 today. Working 9-5.
Well, there you go. The number I was talking about, if they could get 9-5, I was thinking by the 5th. Here it is in the bottom of the 4th.
4 homers for the Cubs today.
Ian Happ. Boom. Shakalaka. That's your Ford home run replay. Oh boy, what a sweet swing. Head rate on it. Big high release. Cubs have been making a habit of this back-to-back thing here lately. Third time Ian has gone deep twice in the same ball game here in his rookie year. How hard is Javi going to swing here?
Baez to left. 3 in a row. Oh, baby.
Oh, my. Game on. He did not waste any time. First pitch swinging last time. He had a little squibber off the end of the bat to first base. This time he delivers. Now it's back to back to back jacks.
Oh, a Ford home run replay, getting a workout. Happ twice, Bryant, Avila, Baez.
If I'm in the Reds bullpen, I'm taking the phone off the hook. And there is the Reds bullpen. It's Michael Lorenzen.
Montgomery. It's ball 1. 2004, the last time the Cubs hit 3 in a row. This crowd is buzzing.
Oh, yeah.
StatCast powered by AWS. 414 feet for Hobby. Bunt from Montgomery. Turner will bare hand throw out on a close play.
Yeah, the crowd is really revved up, and Mike Montgomery selling out, going down the line, trying to beat it.
That's going to be it for Feldman. That kind of day, given a 9-0 lead early, and he cannot get out of the fourth. 9-6 Cubs. We'll be right back. Right after this.
The Cubs are introducing game-changing new premier experiences at Wrigley Field. Seats featuring prime views and access to an exclusive club and first-class amenities. These new premier experiences will allow fans to enjoy Cubs baseball and America's most majestic ballpark in a whole new way. Visit CubsPremier.com to join the Premier Client Priority List.
And here it is.
Here's the call. The hard chunking right-hander, yeah, Michael Lorenzen. He's on for the 52nd time. Picked up 7 wins out of the bullpen. That's not necessarily a good thing. ERA of 4.04, just about a strikeout per inning. Good guy to bring in if you need 2-3 innings out of him, because he can really swing the bat, so gives you a fighting chance in the batter's box as well. A day like today, you'd love to have ground ball pitchers out there or swing and miss guys. Feldman not really a swing and miss guy, and his ground ball rate has been down this year, so anything in the air is dangerous. And after Brian Price thinking, you know what, I'm not going to wait. If Jay reaches, now I got to deal with Schwarber, Bryant, Rizzo, stretch of the lineup.
Jay lines to Duvall. Cubs done in the 4th, but it's a 4-for-4. Bryant led off the inning. Number 23. Avila, opposite field. Happ is second. Baez. And the Cubs are back in it. Chance to go behind the scenes with Kelly Crow, presented by Miller Lite. Tour the production truck, go on the field with Kelly before the game, and much more. Enter for your chance to win at csnchicago.com/Miller Lite. 9-6. 5th inning. Turner takes a strike.
Yeah, a chance to get right back into the dugout too, with 8-9-1 up here for the Reds.
Outside on a hook. 2-1.
Sporadic play for the rookie Turner. His first big league home run the other day off Travis Wood.
Couple of unsightly lines for these starting pitchers today. Now Lester 1 2/3, 7 hits, 9 runs, 7 earned. Feldman 3 2/3, 7 hits, swing and a miss, strike 3, 6 runs, 5 homers.
One of those those days when you show up at the ballpark, you look out at those flags and you go, yeah, this could be an ugly day today.
Cubs just engineered the 4th 4-homer inning in team history. Lynn's a good athlete.
Yeah, he's legit. He can really hit. Well, he had 9 at bats this year. 1 out of 9. It's a home run.
Yeah, he could hit in college. He was an outfielder. Pitched a little bit at Cal State Fullerton.
Clearly not trying to poke a single the other way.
Justin Grimm up in the bullpen. Again, this game could come down to the Cubs pin, keeping the Reds within striking distance. Swing and a miss, strike 3, back-to-back Ks for Montgomery here in the 5th.
Cubs' closest pursuer, the Brewers, game and a half back. They're idle today. Cardinals are playing the Pirates. The game is in Pittsburgh later on tonight. Adam Wainwright, Jamison Tyone will do the pitching, among others, in all likelihood.
We were talking earlier about win probability as Hamilton bunts foul. In this spot, top of the 5th with a 3-run lead, you know, you probably have a, what, 70% chance to win, something like that, maybe higher. Just doing the math.
Yeah.
But what does it feel like?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, and on a day like today, you know, when you have to account for the elements, so the run scoring environment is much greater here, and you can argue, well, it's the same for both sides, so it's the same margin. But I just think in this situation, the big comeback is much more likely to happen.
Sharply bounced to Baez, who did not wait around. He got rid of it quickly. And the Reds go in order for the first time since the opening frame.
Schwarber leading things off here in the 5th, hoping he can be part of this home run party this afternoon. But Schwarber busy off the field yesterday visiting the Lakeview Firehouse, Engine 112. He and his girlfriend Paige and their Dalmatian Blue all getting to have lunch with some of the guys here. And Schwarber saying what he really loves best about these visits. It's a very clubhouse-like feel. They were even giving the new guy a hard time yesterday, but loves that what this really stands for, guys.
Schwarber has joined the party, Kelly. 9-7. Wow.
The air show's in town.
Six Cub homers today.
Lorenzo, a little get-over breaking ball, and Schwarber's just not going to let him get away with it. Pounces on it.
Nice grab by that fan in the bleachers. 2-run gain. Here's Bryant. Kelly, I don't know if you're still there, but we'll let you finish your report.
Absolutely. I'm sure the guys at the Firehouse loved seeing that. Schwarber 5 for 8 in this homestand, but certainly saying that what he loves about the feel of the family they have there at the Firehouse, you can't do anything without the guy to the left and right of you, and clearly that's what the Cubs have going on right now, guys.
Thank you, Kelly. So Bryant, who homered in the 4th, takes strike 2.
The Cubs are one reach away from bringing the tying run to the plate.
Five homers the last 9 batters for the Cubs.
It's like watching one of those slow pitch softball teams with all those big behemoth muscly guys just one after another leaving the yard.
Schwarber now with 20. Cubs now have, what, 4 guys with 20, correct? Rizzo, Bryant, Contreras, and Schwarber. Baez has 19. Happ now has 17. 0-2 to 3-2. Foul ball. Lorenzen in relief of Scott Feldman. Montgomery coming in early for John Lester. He hit him.
There you go. Tying run strides the home plate, and would rather have up than Anthony Rizzo.
Feeling they'd bring the tying run to the plate, just didn't know it'd be this soon.
Quick.
Rizzo takes low. It's funny to say in a game during which at one point it was 9-0 for the visitors, but this is the loudest I've heard this ballpark all year. Will happen when you hit 6 home runs.
Yeah, and you change the narrative from, oh, it's going to be a rotten day at the ballpark, we're just going to Eat some peanuts and have a couple cold beverages and watch the home team get thumped. All of a sudden, oh my goodness, we're getting back in it. We're getting back in it. We're back in it. Hey, we're going to win this thing.
Rizzo, left field corner. Bryant to it third. Gary Jones will send him. 9-8. Rizzo with a double. He's knocked in 22 against the Reds this season.
And probably a good chunk of those have been Chris Bryant either jogging around the bases in front of him or racing around the bases as he did in this instance with the double into the left field corner.
Cubs actually scored a run without a home run. Tying run at second. Here's Zobrist. Nobody out. We want to welcome those viewers back who turned us off in disgust about 2 or 3 innings ago. Good to have you back.
No apologies needed.
Sure, it was something I said. Zobrist lifts foul.
You said, and the Reds now lead 9-0. That's what it was.
And we also want to welcome all our viewers who've been watching throughout on USA Communications throughout Central Iowa.
Well, since for college basketball, Brian Price would try to find a way to take the air out of the ball.
Comes on an 8-0 run. Looked like a good pitch. Lorenzen didn't get the call.
Dickie V would be screaming, "You need a TO, baby!"
Inside, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes on Ben Zobrist. It's low and it's full. Pitch. Pulled on a bounce. Nice play, Botto. Lorenzen late to cover, but he does get there. Just ahead of the diving Zobrist. Rizzo at third, now 1 out.
Sharply hit and real quick hands by Botto. He opts to back up, try to find a convenient hop, and didn't get it. It smoked. Lorenzen late to cover, but he's fast and he's able to get there just in the nick of time.
Infield in against Avila, who had a 2-run homer in his last time up. Hit the ball hard twice and he fouls. been the air show today. 7 home runs combined. Cubs have hit 6.
I seem to remember that scene happening in the past year with the air show in town.
The 0-1 is inside. I remember you said when you plugged in your computer, that's when the comeback would begin. I think it timed up. You've got some juice, the crowd does, and the Cubs bats do.
It's not a bad play, but it just seems kind of weird to have the infield in.
Right?
The nature of this game. Infield in, you got to do everything you can to cut off that run. 5th inning of a 9-8 game. Feels like it's going to take 12 or 13 to win this thing.
That will drop for a hit. Tie ball game. Rizzo trots home. Avila to second with a double. It's 9-9.
And we start anew. Avila, he's dialed in today. He lined out first time, then 2-run home run. Now RBI double. The diving effort from Duvall comes up short.
Chance to grab the lead. Happ has batted twice and homered twice. Young Caden Joseph, turning 5 years old today, has not left us. Been with us since pitch 1. And a strike to Ian. This was a 9-0 ball game in the 2nd inning. It's improbable to think that it would be 9-9 at any point, let alone the 5th. Drew Storen is up. Cubs got 1 in the 2nd, 5 in the 4th, 3 more here in the 5th. Reds got all their 9 in the 2nd. So Happ makes an out for the first time, and here comes Baez.
It's the 2nd strikeout of a Cub batter today. Montgomery struck out in the 3rd, so it's the first time a position player has struck out.
This could be a 1-1 tie with very little happening, but it wouldn't have been nearly as fun. The one concern, and it's a big one, is you hope your starter is okay. John Lester left early after getting knocked around. Not a lot of hard contact in that 2nd, but he left with lat tightness. We hope he is all right. The Cubs have stormed back, and he will not take a loss today. How about that? I have a feeling we're going to be receiving a bunch of power cables in the mail from Cub fans who never, ever, ever want your laptop to have low power again.
You're just going to be smart enough to plug it in. My issue.
Long move over there by Jeanette. Out at first as Baez left his feet.
And Brandon Hyde throwing his arms up as if to say, I don't know.
Pavi's all right. So For now, the inning is over. And the Reds are convinced. And I think he's out. Again, I hope he's okay. Still sitting. Well, that's the last thing the Cubs need. There's another injury. So no challenge. Cubs have tied it up with 3 more runs. As the air show has started early this weekend. 9-9 after 5.
Has to offer for your next client, corporate, or family function, like an all-inclusive suite experience located on the Nuveen Suite level. Visit Cubs.com/premier for an option that fits your needs.
Strike called on Jose Peraza. Montgomery's done fine work, quantity and quality so far. Peraza thinks he fouled it off himself, and he did, according to the third base umpire, Ryan Blackney. Joe's not so sure, so he comes out to chat with Chris Conroy. I think Blackney made the original call.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Blackney was reacting to Peraza's reaction or if he actually saw it, because that's a tough visual from down there.
Conversation ended a little more civilly than the one last night. If you just joined us, where have you been? Reds had a 9-0 lead in the second inning. The Cubs have come all the way back to tie it.
It happened at least once before. I was here. The '89 Astros had a 9-0 lead against the Cubs. Ended up losing in extra innings.
Bounce to Bryant. Oh, throw dug out by Rizzo.
For the record, I didn't pitch in that particular game. It's August 29th, 1989. Astros had a 9-0 lead after 5.
One and 0 to Botto. A line out, a 3-run homer, and a single. Pitch. Fouled upstairs behind third. Kind of steps behind home plate, front foot before he gets ready to work. Taps one on the ground. Montgomery will pick it up and he'll tag him out.
I talked to the last inning about the type of pitcher you want on a day like today, and Montgomery fits the bill on both fronts. He gets plenty of swings and misses, but he also gets a lot of ground balls.
Ball batting with 2 outs. A high fly ball to right. Zobrist battling the sun in the late afternoon hours. 2 hands on it. And the Reds go down quietly in the 6th. 9-9 from Wrigley. Jays at 120 and up to the first 5,000 early arriving kids 13 and younger get a Clark the Cub Bank presented by MasterCard. Following the game, the first 1,000 kids 13 and younger Dan run the bases weather permitting. For more info visit Cubs.com.
It's been a very interesting stretch of baseball. Going back to the last road trip, we saw inside the park home runs. We saw Chris Bryant score from second on a wild pitch. The game ended on a wild pitch last night. Cubs walk-off wild pitch victory, and now this craziness here this afternoon. Drew Storen comes out of the Reds bullpen. Sinker slider, real good changeup.
Pinch hitter Tommy LaStella batting for Montgomery, who went 4 1/3, 3 hits, not charged with any runs. called foul. I mention that because Mike did give up the RBI double to Irvin. That run was charged to Lester. The 0-2 from Storen.
Storen has that hesitation in his delivery that could upset the rhythm of a hitter. Done a nice job off the bench. Listel has been outstanding in the pinch.
Called strike 3, no argument.
Managed to win this one.
He might be the player of the game.
Yeah, he'd earned himself a game ball, that's for sure.
I don't know on John Jay.
So, you know, when he first came into the ball game, you were talking about the need to get quantity and the hope that you got quality as well, and he delivered. Not only did he save the bullpen, he may have won the game for you. 4 1/3 of scoreless from Montgomery. Lorenzen went an inning and a third, allowed 3 hits, 3 runs. They were all earned. 1 strikeout, 1 home run.
Anyway, looking ahead toward later in the game, I saw a note after the game last night that Raisel Iglesias, their closer, was available last night, but only for an inning in a safe spot, which surprises me after a pretty heavy pitch count on Tuesday. So he'll no doubt be available today.
Yeah, and the way they use him, he might be available for a couple of innings.
You know what he has? He has a rubber arm.
He is a rubber-armed right-hander.
Two and 2 on John Jay. The pitch. Full count. Storen has changed his mechanics quite a bit over the last few years. Leg kick kind of hangs there for a second. Line foul the other way.
Yeah, he used to use a very stiff front leg and kind of drift it down in front of the mound, kind of a heel first lead. Went quick, you know, changed his delivery there, trying to fool Jay, but he didn't execute the pitch.
Brings up Kyle Schwarber, single, a fly out, and a home run. Botto holds on Jay, and the pitch. Base hit to right. Jay will hold at second. 3 hits today for Kyle Schwarber.
And it's just a great example of what we've been talking about with Kyle all year long. You know, sometimes he gets a little too pull conscious. But there's nothing wrong with pulling the baseball, and he's hit it hard to right field today, both times for hits. One off Botto's glove. Now this solid shot to right. He hit his home run to left. So it's more about the willingness, the approach. You know, Again, nothing wrong with pulling the baseball, but it's the approach where you're staying on the ball and capable of delivering a blow the other way.
Bryant got a hold of one in the 4th inning. At 9-2 at the time. Strike.
We were joking the other day that from the Reds' point of view, the walk-up music for Bryant and Rizzo should be the Jaws theme. And you get the sense impending doom with a couple of guys on and Bryant and Rizzo waiting to take their licks.
Jay walked with 1 out. Schwarber followed that with a single. 1-2 on Chris Bryant. And the pitch. That will be 2. And I guess the only good news is it wasn't a triple play because there was already 1 out. Storen snagged that liner and they double off Schwarber. Still tied at 9. Ready for the prep season with a special high school lights preview show presented by Wintrust. Break down the preseason poll, matchups to watch out for, and more tomorrow at 11 p.m. on CSN, or live stream at csnchicago.com/watch live. Justin Grimm, a day after his 29th birthday, trying to keep this game tied. And by the way, happy birthday, Victor Caratini, turning 24 today.
Maybe he'll get a chance to deliver the game-winning hit. Grimm, 39th appearance, second time in this series. After the 15-5 win on the opener, an inning and a third, allowed 1 hit, no runs.
Suarez, single, double, RBI, 2 runs in the second inning alone, and then hit by a pitch on the foot in the 4th. Curve for a strike. 1-1 pitch. Just missed the inside. 2-1. Jeanette on deck, and then Irvin. Justin thought he had it there, but did not get the call. 3-1. This is his 274th career appearance. 252 with the Cubs. 19 career starts. Those all came with Texas. And the dreaded leadoff walk. Bring up Jeanette.
Yeah, a number of the pitches in that sequence could have been called strikes, and Alex Avila having a conversation with Conroy, the home plate umpire.
Grimm clearly upset. Wind still blowing out to center field, and at a pretty good clip. 16 miles an hour when we started. Strike. Fastball. It's 1-1.
I don't know, 10 days ago or so, Justin was throwing a little slider or cutter to go along with his fastball curveball combination. Seen much of that though the last couple of times he's been out there.
Curve strike. 1-2. Have scored in 1 inning today, but it was a 9-run second.
Yeah, and for the most part, it was a lot of soft contact. Botto did end up hitting the home run. Suarez doubled, as did Irvin. But interesting because you see what the Cubs did with all the home runs today. The way the wind is blowing, you just assume that's. And the way this game has been played throughout, but the Reds just put an inning together, stringing hits together.
And remember, Jeanette got thrown out at the plate to end the inning. Little did we know at the time that it could loom large. And Schwarber to Happ, to Avila.
2 thrown out of plate in the game in the early stages of the game last night for the Reds. Proved to be huge.
2-2 serve, swing and a miss. He got him. That's out number 1. It'll bring up Irvin.
I just reached back and blistered this fastball right by him.
A lot of firsts for Phil Irvin in this series. He made his major league debut against the Cubs back on April 22nd.
He's not hit for a lot of power throughout his minor league career, but when you read the scouting reports on him, it's in there. The raw power just hasn't played up in the games yet. Starting to show up.
To left. Gone. 4th hit in the last 2 days for Irvin, and his 2nd home run. It's 11-9 Cincy.
perhaps wind aided, but I don't think it was wind needed.
Agreed.
An intriguing guy. He's got very good speed, and if he can find a way to make consistent contact with that bat speed and strength, Reds might have a player on their hands.
Catcher Turner. Well, if they can erase a 9-run deficit, they can come back from down 2. As we've talked throughout this game, the bullpen a key part here in this comeback. Awkward looking cut that time. 0-2 on Turner. Zach Cozart on deck.
Yeah, and Brian Price just, his goal now is just find a bridge to Iglesias. Determining how many outs he can coax out of his closer, and then how's he going to get there and still have the lead.
Irvin, by the way, is now singled, doubled, and homered. He knocked in 4. Bottom of the order. And I'm required to say it, or I receive a fine from the National Association of Baseball Broadcasters. He is a triple shy of the cycle. That's ball 3. Oh my goodness! Turner was walking back to the dugout.
Yeah.
Turner probably saying to Joe Madden, "I'm with you, Skip. I thought it was strike 3, but it's ball 3."
Wow.
Turner, he just gave up. Yep, you got me.
That's about as much of a strike as there can be. Avilad's getting ready to throw the ball down to third base. He's double clutching.
Wow. We don't see that often, if ever.
Turner has to be feeling like he's playing with house money. He better be swinging at anything close.
Backhanded play, Bryant. Good throw to get him. 2 down. Here's Cozart. Coming in off the bench today. He hit a 2-run homer last night as the Reds came back late.
Batting average of better than .350 in this ballpark over the last couple of seasons.
Well, Cozart at one point had a 5-game Wrigley Field home run streak. The homer last night is 17th. That's a new career high. It's 16 last year. And he takes a strike on a curve. Far a career best 982 OPS this season for Cozart.
Free agent to be, right?
He is.
His timing is impeccable.
Recently turned 32. Pretty dependable guy. Certainly when healthy.
Yeah, he's gone from good, solid, everyday player to a star.
According to Baseball Reference, his D-WAR number, his defensive wins above replacement, a little bit higher than his offensive contributions. When you pick up a shortstop, that's one of the first things you look for. You want to get some production with the bat, but you got to catch the ball. Still 2-2. And if you look at his career in total, you might be a little leery of giving him multiple years on a contract as a free agent due to his age. But you know, Justin Turner, Daniel Murphy.
Yeah, and you could do the, you know, some incentive-laden clauses in a contract.
It's not unprecedented to see a guy put it all together at 30, 31, 32.
Yeah, and there were flashes of it earlier in his career too. You know, hit a lot of doubles. In 2012, he had 33 doubles. At 34 or 30 more the next year. He had 27 home runs combined in those 2 seasons. Had some injury problems, some knee issues that slowed him down a little bit. He was always a guy who was a very good defender, and offensively, you could see that it was in there. There was more in there than maybe people realized.
That's a real solid plate appearance for Cozart to extend the inning for Billy Hamilton. So Justin is nearing 30 pitches here in the 7th.
Cubs pen had their struggles last night. Hector Rondon in particular allowed 3 runs, a couple of home runs. Dunsing was charged with a run. C.J. Edwards allowed a home run. Reds, who came from behind to tie the ball game last night. Cubs ultimately won the game. Wade Davis got the W with 1 scoreless inning.
Oh, pitch to Hamilton is a strike. Crowd, they've been hanging in there and certainly rewarded for not giving up on this ball game at about the 3rd or 4th inning. 38-675. They're hoping their team can come back again, this time down 2. Tell you, when Baez hit the home run, the 3rd consecutive Cub to homer, that will rank right up there in terms of loudness at Wrigley Field. To pitch on a play down the 3rd base line.
This inning right here is a good indication of why Justin has started to play around with the slider a little bit more. You know, when your fastball, curveball, his curveball has great action. Sometimes that's a tough pitch to command. Hitters will lay off of it. He's got, you know, he throws hard, but he doesn't get a lot of easy, quick outs with that combination. And I think the slider would help him. Something he could throw comfortably in the strike zone. Kind of like we were talking about Feldman early in the ball game, just a little bit of movement off the barrel to induce some weak contact, so you don't have to work quite as hard to finish off hitters.
Zobrist deep and right, not deep in center and left. Three and 2 with 2 outs, so Rizzo will now play behind Cozart. Two-run homer by Phil Ervin here in the 7th. The Cubs had scored 9 unanswered runs. And the Reds finally answered. Swing and a miss to end the Reds' 7th. Time for the Mazda 7th inning stretch.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, University of Illinois basketball coach Brad Underwood.
Here we go, Cub fans, help me out. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. I don't care if we never get back, for it's root for the Cubbies. It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's score some runs, go Illini!
Two-run homer. Cubs will bat here in the bottom of the 7th. Tim Adelman, we've seen him as a starter previously.
Yeah, 20 of those 23 appearances come as a starting pitcher, 5 and 10 with a .535 for Adelman. He's allowed 25 home runs in 111 innings of work. Pretty high home run rate. This is a dangerous situation for the Reds. Adelman, control type guy, not going to overpower you. Fastball right around 90 miles per hour. Curveball, cutter, good changeup. Maybe try to use his sinker more than his four-seamer here today.
Ball 1 on Anthony. Cornermen played really deep, wind blowing out. Anthony was out on the field early this morning, even though it is American Legion Week. He got here early because he had a nice young group, energetic kids. And he does such a wonderful job with his Rizzo Family Foundation. And great to have those youngsters with us today.
Doubles for Anthony, going the other way. Doing a lot of that this year.
Swing and a miss. He got him. I just noticed.
Go
ahead.
No, it's just a good cutter.
One ball. It's kind of an interesting pre-pitch routine here. Watch this. So as the pitch is being delivered, right as the pitcher lets go of the ball, he does this. Unique. You want to have your feet moving as an outfielder, but yeah, he plays a little deeper and then takes a step or two in as the pitch is headed toward the plate.
Yeah, most guys will, just not quite. I mean, it's almost like he's rehearsing coming in and fielding a base hit. And
right. Zobrist pulls one deep and foul to right. Dave Martinez has described outfield play and focus as your circle. So for an outfielder, you kind of make a mental circle around your position. Okay. There's the 2-1. Zobrist deep right. Irvin on the track, and he can't make the play. I think the ball might have hit him. Zobrist around second, on his way to third, and he'll slide in safely. Irvin got there, he just didn't catch it, lost it in the sun.
Yeah, you see him looking up, and well struck by Zobrist. We learned something else about Irvin. He's got one heck of an arm out there. And boy, you got to cash this one in. Man on third, one out.
Whiffed.
Yeah.
It's a triple for Zobrist. Infield back. It could possibly go home when the ball hit to the third baseman Suarez. Avila's had a big day, and here's the pitch. It's outside. So anyway, you have your circle, and Davey says, you know, between pitches, you can kind of walk out of that mental circle, take a breath, look around the park, relax. He said once you get back in your circle, that's when it's 100% go time. Focus. Get your feet ready, all that stuff. Swing and a miss.
Most guys are upright till the very last, and they kind of move into a more athletic stance, getting up on the balls of their feet. That applies to the infielders as well. And
it's a little easier to maybe get distracted in the outfield, right? You're farther away.
Yeah. Especially if there's some dandelions to pick out there. Most big league parks don't have those.
1-1 to Alex. 2-1.
You see it with infielders too. They stroll around. With Botto, he's always chatting with the umpire. Brandon Hyde. Can only maintain peak concentration for very short periods of time.
Like the mental version of a sprint, right?
Yeah, you move in and out of that focus. Going around, brushing the dirt, rearranging the furniture.
Never heard of that euphemism. 3-1.
Timing is everything,
isn't it? It's all about feng shui on a baseball field. And you swing at it. Yep. Like he was trying to get out of the way, but Ryan Blackney said he offered. 3-2. Full count on Avila, Happ on deck. Runner at third, one out.
Adelman doing a better job. They've been working Avila a lot middle away, and that's his strength. I think he's got to work a little bit harder to turn on that inside fastball for Adelman. The cutter, a good pitch. We saw it with Rizzo.
Cubs have 12 hits, 10 have been extra base hits. Jenkins, the pitching coach, will head out before Happ bats. He has 1/3 of the Cubs' home run total today.
Third time he has hit 2 home runs in a ball game this year. That last one looked like it maybe an off-speed pitch. The second one from Feldman. Breaking ball down and in under his hands. It was a swing and miss pitch for him. Middle away, he's pretty good. Fastballs early, he's good. Definitely a scouting report meeting there with Happ with 2 home runs today, and here was a chance to give the Cubs the lead. They want to know exactly. They want Adelman to know exactly what the scouting report says on him.
Bounce 1. Ball 1. Fly ball. Should be enough to get Zobrist in. Duvall still drifting. He makes the catch. Here comes Zobrist. It's a 1-run ball game. Happ has knocked in 3 today. Boy, for about 75% of that fly ball, Adam Duvall was trying to position himself to make a throw, and then the last quarter of that arc, he was just trying to catch the ball.
Yeah, that ball is probably the one that's been influenced the most by the wind all day here today, because that looked very routine when he first hit it. It almost carried all the way to the warning track.
He set the bar high and then had to adjust. To Baez.
Pitcher spot is next. Haywood, Caratini, and Almora available on the bench. Currently nobody out on deck.
We call the 1-0 game a pitcher's duel. Would this be a batter's duel today?
They slugfest.
As turns on 1 foul.
Avila's not a base stealer. Important that he gets a good secondary so he has a chance to score on an extra base hit.
Two pitch. Full 3-2. Avila runs. Baez strikes out. They do get 1 after 7 from Wrigley Field. It's the Reds 11, the Cubs 10.
Located right here in Chicagoland and rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. E-Click Lending. Your mortgage just happened. Better eat it quickly. Like Fane, soft serve is fleeting. Montgomery, Grimm, now Wilson out of the Cubs bullpen this afternoon. Justin has pitched 49 times as a big leaguer this year, most of that with Detroit. Handful of appearances with the Cubs. He is 3-4 with a .296 earned run average. He's had command issues since putting on a Cub uniform. It's tough to hit though. League hitting just 187 against him.
Peraza, Botto, Duvall. Wild day here at Wrigley.
Feels like an important inning.
Yeah, and I'm guessing Iglesias might grab the final 2 innings for the Reds today. (2-0).
This is Justin's 7th appearance with the Cubs. Charged with runs in 4 of the previous 6.
Peraza just getting his career started, 23 years old, 3rd major league season, 192 big league games.
He's a hard guy to walk.
And he just did.
Done that a handful of times all year.
15th walk taken by Peraza. Here's Botto.
Leadoff walk got things started for the Reds last inning. Suarez, then he came around on the Irvin home run.
That's 5 misses for Wilson. He'll start the 8th. First 4 were mid-90s fastballs. One was a cutter in 91. Missed again. Here comes the pitching coach. Now, I don't know if you ever went through, and you were mostly a starter, but stretches where you were walking people, and I have to think, especially you go to a new team, when does a mechanical thing become a little bit mental, especially when you're only facing 3 or 4 guys in an outing and you keep walking people?
Yeah, and that's, you know, I mean, I think because and a guy like Wilson, who typically pitches in fairly high leverage situations, I think it can happen in a hurry. You have a couple bad outings and all of a sudden it starts to creep into your consciousness. Start to doubt yourself a little bit.
And Dunson quickly getting ready.
I mean, Justin, like a lot of, you know, hard throwing relievers, he's always worked a pretty high walk rate. He doesn't give up a lot of hits. He's been able to pitch around them.
3-0. This is his 7th appearance as a Cub. He has walked batters in 5 of the 7. And he's given up at least a hit in every outing. They're just doing the math.
Yeah.
You know, an inning performance, he's giving up a couple of base runners every time out. Now 2 on, nobody out. I'm not saying he has the thing, but again, when you're not throwing a lot of innings and a lot of pitches, it has to creep into your head a little bit. And here comes Joe. It's the field goal kicker, right, who's maybe missed 4 out of 5.
Yes, yeah. Your mind is spinning out there, and what normally feels kind of natural and you're accustomed to it, all of a sudden it feels just the opposite. You're out of sorts. You don't trust your stuff. You start aiming the ball instead of just cutting it loose.
So we'll have a pitching change. The Reds lead by 1. And trying to get some more here in the 8th. We'll be right back. Children and families across Chicago and beyond through investments in recreational programs and quality nonprofits, development of playing fields, and support for community initiatives. Cubs Charities helps fulfill a commitment to be the best in the game on and off the field. For more information, please visit cubscharities.org. Brian Dunsing comes in with 2 on and nobody out. And facing the dangerous Adam Duvall.
Yeah, and you know, Joe really likes Wilson's stuff against right-handed hitters, but just his inability to command the ball today, he felt like he had to make the move to Dunsing, who's been tough against right-handed hitters as well this year.
Curve is outside, so 9 pitches here in this 8th and no strikes.
Ryan worked 2/3 of an inning in the ball game last night, allowed a hit and a run. Second appearance in this series. He worked 4 times on the road trip, twice in San Francisco, twice in Arizona.
In the air to right. Peraza ready to tag as Zobrist makes the catch. Peraza will easily get to third. First and third, 1 out. 2 theories in innings like this. One is you take till somebody throws you a strike. The other one is you might get a really good one on the first one, so Duvall swung away.
Yeah, well, especially with his power. You don't want him being passive.
There's Suarez. Don't want to give that run right back. Garza runs well. He's likely to tag on anything with a medium depth in the outfield. 0-2. Here it is. Knocked down by Baez. They'll get one. That's it. Oh, what a play just to get an out. Baez to Happ. Reds now lead 12-10. Great effort.
That would have been one of the finest double plays you've ever seen turned. Impressive just to get an out, and they almost got two. Spectacular work by Baez, and Happ quickly to first base. But not in time to get Suarez. Man, that would have been something.
Back to a 2-run ball game as they get a run without a hit. And that run charged to Wilson. Jeanette takes ball 1. We have just passed the 3-hour mark in this game, and man, have we jam-packed these 3 hours with a ton of action. 22 runs, 8 home runs combined. A huge Cubs comeback. They were down 9-0 early. Came back to tie it by the 5th inning. Reds now lead by 2. There goes. The pitch is outside. The throw late. Suarez steals second.
Fourth steal for Suarez on the year. The quick tag by Baez made it close, and the Cubs are reviewing the video.
No challenge coming.
Silent here.
Two and one on Scooter Gennett. Dunsing's pitch. Cut on and missed. Philip Irvin, who's his best day as a major leaguer, is on deck. Reds aiming for a 2-2 split in this 4-game set. Cubs and Reds will match up 3 times next week in Cincinnati. On the ground, Rizzo has it. Dunsing over to cover. And that retires the side. 2 walks will ultimately lead to an insurance run for the Reds. It's 12-10 in the 8th.
mobile app. Stay connected to the game's best players all season long with game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcast stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com. At Bat today, it's your #1 app for live baseball.
Brian Price waited to see who the pinch hitter would be at his switch batting. Victor Caratini. So he will make a change as Adelman warmed up. Wandy Peralta, left-hander, has been called from the pen. 2-run ball game in the 8th. We'll be back. Heft.
Yeah, you might have to double up the hefty tonight.
6 of them, including 3 in a row, and 4 overall in the 4th inning alone.
Yeah, now it's just a matter of winning the ball game, and work to be done in that regard. Down 2, Wandy Peralta, hard throwing left-hander, comes out of the Reds bullpen for the 3rd consecutive day, and for the 56th time this season. 3 up, 3 down with a 3.17 ERA. Good lively heater. Outstanding changeup. Also has a slide ball. Threw 21 pitches in the ball game last night, 15 the night before.
Victor Caratini turning 24 today. Off the bench in a pinch hit role. Switch hitter fouls for strike 1.
Presley breaks into a little happy birthday.
Nationals are pretty good. Oh, 2, Jay and Schwarber to follow.
The Cubs won in walk-off fashion last night on a wild pitch. There was 3 or 4 walk-off wins in the big leagues. Crazy stuff going on last night.
Puig, right, for the Dodgers.
Yeah, caught the end of that. Red Sox walked off the Cardinals.
Dodgers are 51 games over 500. Oh, I saw the Giants could possibly be officially eliminated this weekend. balls, 2 strikes.
Nice to have a guy like Caratini on your bench, a switch hitter who's good from both sides of the plate. So regardless of what the other manager does, you've got the platoon advantage.
Swing and a this. He got him.
That's how Peralta nullifies right-handed hitters.
Change up.
Yeah, good changeup after 97. It's tough.
So turn it over. Fade. John Jay, 0 for 3, plus a walk. I've got some pitching matchups for the weekend. Northwestern product Jay Happ will face Jake Arrieta tomorrow. Right-hander Nick Tepesh and lefty Jose Quintana on Saturday. Marco Estrada, Kyle Hendricks on Sunday. I think we'll see a lot of changeups on Sunday.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one.
A rare trip in friendly confines by the Toronto Blue Jays. So we'll get 2 national anthems this weekend. Always up for that.
True Patriot love. A little curvature to left. I figure Peralta's out there at least through Schwarber.
Ball strike 3. John was hoping it was ball 4.
Yeah, Conroy's been very unpredictable back there today. Rung some guys up on pitches off the plate. He's missed some pitches that look to be very much in the strike zone that he's called ball.
Schwarber 3 out of 4 with a home run. His 20th.
Tough gig though, that umpiring gig. 22 runs up on the board. And I wonder, I've never talked to an umpire about this. We talk a lot about the challenge that a hitter faces when you get into a game with a parade of relievers and every at bat is off a different guy. I would imagine umpires would tell you there's a challenge to that too. Everybody's ball moves a little bit differently. Their pitching pattern is different. They might say, I guess you could argue that's malarkey. Their job is just to call the pitch whether it's in the zone or not. But I would think, if a guy's been out there for 5 or 6 innings, you get into a rhythm seeing the ball out of his hand, much like a hitter would. Guy with a big breaking ball, much tougher pitch to call.
Well, that's kind of the next level. The idea of the home plate umpire being clued in as to what the pitch is going to be, right? To read a breaking ball, stick with it. Popped up by Schwarber. Botto will make the grab, and the Cubs fail to put a base runner on against Peralta in the 8th. To the 9th, the Reds lead by 2. 12-10, ninth inning. Here's Hector Rondon.
Hector 3-1 with a .460, 45 innings. He's allowed 40 hits, 18 walks, 55 strikeouts. Tough go of it for him last night. 2/3, 3 hits, 3 runs, a couple of home runs allowed.
Gave up the Irvin home run last night. First of Irvin's career.
And Cozart got it.
Gave up 2 in the 7th inning. Single double homer today for Irvin. Patrick Corbin, who had that fine outing against the Cubs on Saturday, was brilliant again today. Diamondbacks shut out the Astros 4-0. Been a while since the last Reds cycle, 1989. 3-0.
And Corbin did it today in Houston. He's been really good in his home ballpark, but has really struggled on the road. 8 2/3 scoreless today.
Inside the park homer for Daniel Descalzo in that one. But nobody had to run up the hill to get it, right? Towles Hill is no
Gone,
more.
yeah. So it's interesting. I'm looking at the box score from that game. 8 2/3. He allowed 4 hits and a walk. Had a 4-0 lead, and they took him out with 2 outs in the 9th. So the Astros must have put a couple of guys on. And they're so close to a complete game shutout. Well, hang with them.
Leadoff walk. Here's Turner.
It's becoming a trend. It's the 3rd inning in a row.
Diamondbacks announcing that right-hander Ruby De La Rosa will have Tommy John surgery. This will be the 2nd one of his career. He could be out until 2019.
Irvin has good speed. Stole 23 bases down at AAA this year.
The Indians beat the Twins again in Minneapolis. So they're 9-0 there on the year. We've got another game tonight. There he goes. Bunted. It's a fair ball. As Avila will get it to Rizzo. Sack bunt for Turner. Remember when Scott Feldman laid down a sack bunt in the 3rd, leading 9-1. I think the main reason was Feldman's not running well. But who'd have thought when that happened that the Reds would be sack bunting in the 9th? That's how much has occurred since.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was a bunt and run or Irvin didn't realize that the sacrifice was on, so he was just trying to steal a bag.
Right, because you normally don't do both. Yeah. Winker pinch hitting. Looks at a strike.
Or maybe Turner decided on his own to put a bunt down there. But this would be the one time in the game on a day like today at Wrigley Field where you could justify the small ball strategy. You're in the 9th inning, already have a 2-run lead, just trying to pad that lead a little bit.
Winker celebrating a birthday. He's 24 today. We can surmise that he and Victor Caratini were born on the exact same day. Oh, ow, ow, ow. That ball hit him. It looked like in the back of the helmet. And Rondon over there also to make sure Irvin is all right.
Yeah, he'll take a little time to regroup, probably a little dizzy after that.
Looks like he's going to remain in the game. One and one the count on Winker. No swing.
Winker, considered one of the Reds' top hitting prospects, has not hit for much power at all this year. He's had some wrist injuries in his career.
All over the Rockies, 9-2, 7th inning in Denver.
After the Rockies put 17 on the board against them last night.
Ciarte has homered twice for the Braves. 3-2. Flowers and Freeman have also connected.
Game 4 of a 4-game set. Rockies won the first one 3-0. That was the Chad Bettis return after cancer surgery. Just a brilliant performance. Great story. Braves win the next night 4-3.
It's the 6th walk issued by Cubs pitching in the last 3 innings. Grimm walked 2 in the 7th. Wilson walked 2 in the 8th. And Rondon has walked 2 here in the 9th.
Yeah, and you know, walks are never a good idea, but on a day like today, you're just asking for trouble. Somebody pops one, and all of a sudden, this remote chance that you have disappears in a hurry.
Hamilton, ball 1.
Avila telling Rondon, keep that front side closed. Shoulder flying open, everything's elevated.
Kick and a 1-1. It's wide.
Yeah, so just to finish the point on the Coors Field thing. So for 2 nights there, played like a pretty normal ballpark. 3-zip, 4-3, and then 17-2 last night. Braves lead 10-2 today.
Hamilton felled. Trevor Rosenthal on the DL. Right posterior elbow irritation. So the Cardinals have brought up rookie right-hander Luke Weaver. From the Indians, they're going to activate Andrew Miller tomorrow. Been out a little more than 2 weeks with knee issues. Three and two. We'll see what the runners do. Not going. And fouled by Hamilton. Protect mode there. Hamilton swung real late.
Probably took a hack at ball 4.
Go this time, and another foul. Clipped the catcher Avila. Battle here between Rondon and Hamilton.
Now you'd love to be able to get a double play and get out of here, but easier said than done with Hamilton's speed, especially from the left side.
Not going. Called strike 3 to get Hamilton.
In keeping with the theme, it's been a hard strike zone to pin down here today. Avila pulls it back a little bit. Had 2 walks, a sac bunt, and a punch out here in the top of the 9th.
Foul strike on Peraza. Blue Jays lead the Rays 3-1, top 6 at Rogers Center. And the Jays will be here tomorrow right here on CSN.
Donaldson with a couple of home runs today. He now has 20. Got them both off Chris Archer.
Former Cubs minor league catcher. Diving, knocked down by Happ. Does he have time? No. The throw will go to the plate. It's late. Irvin scores. It's 13-10. So the only question is, if Happ had forgotten about the batter runner, would he have had time to get Irvin at the plate?
Yeah, he would have had a play on him. I don't know if he would have gotten him or not, but that's your instinct as a player is to try to get the out at first base. But he clearly had a much better shot at home if that's where he initially looked.
So 13-10. First and second, it's Joey Botto. 2 for 4, 3-run homer and a walk. Backs off on a high one.
And there has to be some real frustration in the Cubs dugout. The way they came back in this ball game, the effort by Mike Montgomery, the bullpen after that, for the most part, has struggled and command the walks. And kind of maddening to watch that. You have to credit the Reds hitters too with their approach at the plate, their willingness to take the walk.
Those numbers for Botto, 9 out of 14 against Hector Rondon.
So frustrating. It's a leadoff walk. Not all walks are created equal. There are certain times when you're pitching carefully to a guy, you've got a base open. You just don't like the matchup, so you're not going to give in. But a lot of the walks here, in the later stages of this game, have just been inability to execute pitches.
Three and one. To first. Rizzo to Rondon. But the Reds have scored in each of the last 3 innings. And it's 13-10 as we go to the bottom of the ninth. Iglesias, Reds closer. Bryant, Rizzo, Zobrist.
The wiry right-hander for the 50th time. Talked about him in this series. And Price will use him for multiple innings. Having a very nice year. 1.97 ERA, 21 saves and 22 tries. Pretty dominant. Good chunk of the runs he has allowed this year have come on 2 swings of the bat. Grand slam and a 3-run home run, accounting for 7 of the 12 runs that he's allowed this season. 12 earned runs anyway. Happy birthday, Granny.
Last time the Cubs scored double digits in runs and lost was May 28, 2016. Extra innings loss 13-10 to the Atlanta Braves. Or 2006. I said 16. 2006. So it's been a while. Here's Chris Bryant. Called strike. Iglesias last year was their opening day starter. Oh, 2. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
That was nasty.
To finish his National League leading 45th game.
Drop down, strike the ball, lane changing slider.
That's a sweeper. You said wiry, 6'2", 188. Listed height and weight. Can't get it. Neither can Jeanette. That's a base hit. Rizzo has 3 of them today. And that'll bring up Zobrist.
There was not a whole lot of room to work with between Botto and Jeanette here, and Anthony hits it in the perfect spot. Off-speed pitch down. He stays through the zone. Watch this. Botto, Jeanette both leave their feet. Neither one can get a piece of it. One more big comeback in him.
And continues to blow out. A strike on Zobrist. 1 for 4. He tripled in the 7th and scored a run.
Guys behind him having big days. Avila and Happ.
Here's the 0-2. It's low. One and 2 on Ben Zobrist. Rizzo at first, 1 out. Iglesias to the plate. Now Rizzo will advance. A wild pitch. Zobrist trying to grind it out here and get on base, bring the tying run to the plate. He strikes out. 2 gone. It'll be up to Avila.
a power changeup. Let's see a little circle change grip, but he throws it hard, 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's got some weapons, doesn't he? Former starter. The Reds, in their long National League history, have won twice when allowing 6 home runs. Trying to do it for the 3rd time.
Did it in 1961 and previously 1894. In 1894, those home runs probably rolled into the cow pasture or something.
How about a walk here and give Happ a chance for his 3rd home run?
Yeah, why not? Keep the line moving. Alex walked last time. He's also doubled and homered today. Had the benefit of watching the Rizzo at bat, the Zobrist at bat, so you had a chance to see his approach to left-handed hitters. Clearly likes that changeup. He got the save here the other night, game 2 of the series, the 2-1 Reds win. He got 5 outs in that game, allowed 3 hits and a run. Struck out 3, did not walk a man.
Two and two. With a homer, a double, a walk, and a line out. He's knocked in 3 today. Happ has driven in 3. And he waits on deck as the potential tying run. Two-two pitch, swing and a miss. Iglesias gets the save, and the Reds will leave Wrigley Field with a 2-2 split. 13-10 the final. Crazy day.
Yeah, there are no moral victories. It's just remarkable though that the Cubs were able to come back and tie this game after being down 9. Mike Montgomery was spectacular here today. He was the whole key setting up the opportunity. Then all the long balls, but some leaky work by other members of the bullpen cost dearly here this afternoon.
Toast to the game is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. Philip Ervin, who hit his first major league homer last night, hit his 2nd here today, one of his 3 hits.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know much about Philip Ervin. He's a good athlete. He runs well. I talked about his raw power. Hasn't really shown up yet as a professional, but they might be unlocking something here.
Binny's Beverage Depot, the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. So for JD, for Kelly, for our entire CSN crew here at Wrigley Field, Len Kasper with your final. Reds 13, Cubs 10. We're back with you tomorrow here on CSN as the Blue Jays come to town, 12:30 again for our pregame coverage. Stay tuned, more to come. Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs postgame live is next.